Yeah. Let's move. This to math. Hey Sam. So I just moved the header from one git submodule to another, and then changed the path of the includes. Would have been nice if there was a compiling before that. Maybe you can fix that first. I'm not sure why I stopped here and started working on the CS thing. Math transform has no member name translate. It is very... this was the problem, I think. But this should be fixable. I commented that one out. That would explain it. Why did I comment that out? If I only had a memory. I think I commented more out here. Just add it back in. Right, now I remember. I commented it out because it was the only thing that uses a translation vector. And translation vector was a problem because translation vector uses cairowindow. Yeah. Still a problem. I really don't know how to solve this yet. Let's postpone it, as in math now uses translation vector. Translation vector uses cairowindow. It's not allowed, but I'm temporarily going to allow it. Which means that I just have to fix this error. It's not declared, which means that I need to move this to math temporarily. Not even going to put it in namespace math yet. So who is including it? Only transform, okay. Oh, it's documented out here. Well, I have to move it anyway. Currently it's in source. So move from source translation vector to math. Edit this. Include it. Yeah, now everything compiles here. But okay, I wanted to change CS to be extensible. So we can't use an enum class because that is fixed. So we just only have 4 possible coordinate systems now, and the user should be able to extend it. So instead of using an enum class here, I'll use namespace CS. This is in math now, so either I put it in math or yeah, let's just put it in math. And then these things must become certain kind of struct. I have to admit, I just asked ChatGPT, so just look. Came up with 2 solutions here. Either use a type or we use. We use a non-type template parameters. And well, the extensible structural value type, which is used in C++20 apparently. I was not allowed to do that before that. So I made the namespace here the capital CS, so we can keep that because I was used to it. Maybe I should not do that, but I already have a namespace CS. Although that comes in lowercase CS, which is part of cairowindow, I think. Yeah, so this is now in math. I might as well use lowercase CS. But I think I'm going to use lowercase CS. I don't know. We might get some kind of collision. If someone wants to do using namespace cairowindow, then suddenly CS is, you know, and we are in math, or you want to do both. I don't know, but for namespaces should not be uppercase, right? So I think it's this kind of work out without any problems at the moment, because the names inside are unique anyway. They're not being used for something else. So okay, let's call this also CS then. But this is very significantly different from the cairowindow CS namespace. And then inside we're going to have some kind of struct, which does not need to be abbreviated. Need a better name, I think. I would say coordinate system, then it's just get rid of the abbreviation. But I already have a coordinate system in full. That is in cairowindow. Well, yeah. I don't know yet. Begin with putting this in. Include C standard int. For that one. I'm not sure, I think that I might as well add an unequal one then. If that is necessary, I don't know. If you have the equal one, then maybe the not equal one equals the is equals not equals, but I've seen that more often not exist. So I don't know, I'll add both of them. Hi Jamal. Yeah, I don't think so. Certainly not in 2028. They're so unreliable that companies that switch entirely to AI will just get broke and disappear. We don't have artificial intelligence, surely. Far from it. It's mostly just a hype. They're very stupid. You can use it as a tool, like I am doing now, but yeah, you still need to be a coder to use them efficiently. Otherwise, yeah, you don't know when they make a mistake. So the vibe coding thing, like you ask a question and then you just copy paste what is the output and you believe that it will work. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's not something a company can use, really. No way. I think they will just continue to exist, but then use AI as a tool. So just like I use my editor. At most, you know, you get more productive. If I had everything had to do everything in zeros and ones or in assembly, then I could write the same programs, but it would be way more difficult and slower. And then someone came around with a high-level programming language, and I would say, "Oh no, I'm going to lose my job as an assembly programmer." Yes, that's true, but then you will just become a C++ programmer, programming in the high-level language. And then you use the C++ compiler, which is then the new tool, and in the end you're just doing basically the same work, but with much higher productivity. So you have to learn how to use an AI, I think. Yeah, otherwise you might get into problems. But you also need to learn how to code. So you will just be a programmer that also knows how to work, how to use AI. Okay, I'm gonna continue coding here because, yeah, for example, normally I would have to write a test, you know. So the AI came up with this, and now I think, well, I'm going to need to compare two CS objects unequal as well. You know, if this one unequal to that one, and then my brain says, but will that work? Because I don't have operator unequal, I only have operator equal. But I don't want to just add it if it is not necessary, because it's possible, and I have seen that there is a utilities, you know, buried in the standard library anyway, that if you try to use an operator unequal, which does not exist, that it will fall back to a more generic one, which then returns equals and then negates that. However, I have seen often that when I expected that to work, that it didn't. However, I'm not 100% sure. So without AI, I would have to look that up in the standard, or probably faster, I would have to write a little test program to test it out. I could just leave it like this. I think I will probably do this. And then at some point, I'm going to use is unequal, and then it won't compile, and then I know that I have to add it. So just you can delay it. But these days I have an AI, I might as well ask it, you know. So I mean, that doesn't use much time. So yeah, maybe higher productivity here, because I can just. But yeah, you don't know if it gives a correct answer, so it's a bit dubious. You know, I can ask it, but it might come with nonsense. So then I still have to test it. So do I really gain anything by asking it now? It still feels like a waste of time. But yeah, in the end, maybe AIs will get better, and they will get almost always give a good answer. And then certainly with simple questions like that. I fucking hate the music that I have. It's every time. Okay. But okay, I'll ask it, but that hardly takes any time. You defined that. Will that automatically also give me the unequal operator? No, I believe it because of the nature of the answer. Apparently it is such that if you declare this and you use the is default, then you also get the operator unequal in C++. And I definitely can use this answer, because if it is not true, I will run into the compiler error that I just mentioned. So before I would just be unsure, very unsure, and then not add this, and then see if I ever run into a compile error, and then add it if I do. And now I feel much less insecure, actually. It could still be wrong, this, but then we'll still run into the compile error later on. So there's absolutely no loss here. Except that I feel a little bit more at ease now by leaving it like that. So that's how I would use it. That's how I use the AI. But you definitely keep in mind that it might be wrong, you know, and then think about, well, what if it is wrong, and then there's no problem. Okay, so we have to convert this now. I want to have a painter object that, how was it doing that? Yeah, now I'm just lazy, of course, but you have to keep in mind I don't have a memory anymore. Inline cons expression, CS, foo something. Okay, so we do have to give those things now a value. That's my painter. Yeah, okay. Same things here. Was that centered? Just wipe that out. Now this is dubious now because we moved it to math, so we shouldn't even talk about cairowindow. So now it is extensible anyway. It's kind of ridiculous to define any of these things. I think now painter. So this is actually for Qt. Centered is only used by an example that I have. Pixels is very generic, but currently, of course, also only used in cairowindow, and plot is definitely pure cairowindow. So I should define this, but these values don't really belong in math, I think. But okay, for now we'll just put them here. So they turned now from an enum class element to an const expression object of type CS, which is apparently then usable as a non-type, but it's definitely not a type, right? It's an object. But apparently you're allowed to use that as a non-type template parameter because it's const expression in C++ 20 and on. I didn't know that either. So I think that it should work out of the box. Except that now it's lowercase CS and in math, so that's totally not going to work out of the box. But it's a matter of not being able to find those things. So let's see how that looks like. Oh, that must be C standard int. All headers have no extension, so no .h, and all the C headers start with a C. Okay, in C++ anyway. So in C itself, you would just say standard in .h. Okay, a random place here. CS is yeah, we don't know what CS is. Yeah, that is the template parameter. Now I would like to use something that is more descriptive. Well, maybe not actually. CS. I already have a coordinate system, but then as template class. So if I use a concept here that is also spelled out as coordinate system, I'm afraid that maybe it will get confused. Because I have a coordinate system here as a class. And this one lives in namespace, see if they are going to collide, in namespace cairowindow. Of course, we work a lot in namespace cairowindow. Even this is already in cairowindow. So the coordinate system class is visible here. Does it know then that I mean a concept from something else that we include? I don't want to have to put hold on. I don't want to have to put anything in front of it. Okay, let's just keep using CS because I'm used to that anyway already. So now CS is my coordinate system concept, not an enum anymore. And we want to drag that in by the fact that we use this. But then it lives in math. So it would still have math CS. But yeah, before we had a capital CS in cairowindow CS, so of course I can replace that, which, since we do not include a cairowindow header here, is not known in this header. But then in general it would find it. Let's say I'm going to add to cairowindow CS using CS equals math CS. And then we can just use CS, and I can do that everywhere else as well. So that thing yeah, so the math CS must be defined in math CS. To check that, I think that was the case. It is. Wait a minute. This is now a struct. That's not concept, of course. Oh, that is a struct. Thought it would be a concept. Get one error per core, which is too much. Oh boy, yeah. No, toString doesn't work on this class. That is, toString should work on everything. So we have to add support for utils toString, where CS now is this struct. I'm getting a headache. I can add a member function. I probably should just look at a documentation of toString. Well, rather hope that it exists. Utils. It's unbelievable how many toStrings I have. Is this it? This is in utils, has toString. I guess it means that it must have the member function toString. This concept has toString means that for the type T, A has a member function toString that is convertible to a standard string. There's basically no documentation here. Definitely horrible. So this is going to work if... How do they manage to get louder every fucking time? I think they just... I put it here. I think that if they start a new song, then my volume is bumped up again. Stupid YouTube. I think that is the problem. Okay, what is CS here? That is this. That is a CS. Yeah, so the CS itself must have a toString thing, which is convertible to a standard string, or rather, that means that it can be a character cons pointer. Actually, it's a type. It's an object, huh? It's not a type, it's an object. But definitely needs to be a cons expression. Let's see if that's sufficient. So it won't link, but because I didn't define it. Well, it's not complaining about toString, so maybe that was sufficient. Just do J1, at least then we have a reproducible error. Might be sufficient. Okay, so I want to go to CS, so to make these tags, jump to CS. Mass CSR. So now we need this thing to work, and it only has to work really if probably, or well, debug only, or shall I just make it work always? I think always probably better in this case. I never know if you need it, you know, somewhere else. Yeah, how the hell do I implement that? Cannot even be cons expression. So the CS here is cons expression, which means that this is compile time known value, which means that we can we could write it here. We could do say inline Oh, wait a minute, I switched to a lowercase. I did switch to lowercase. This won't work, but yeah, we have got to start somewhere. Redeclaration of differs in const expression from, oh, I have to repeat the const expression. In member function, const expression, character const pointer mass CS to string const. No match for operator equals. Types are no, whatever. We'll put the ID here. This is not a constant. Seriously. Yeah, okay, whatever. Because it wouldn't work anyway, because it has to be extensible. Yeah, so we need to have these 4 defined, a string, but then later the user adds more stuff in namespace CS, or their own namespace. And then calling utils to string on that object must find out what the string is. I have the feeling, I don't know, I have the feeling that it must be dynamic code, not const expressions. I'm not 100% sure though. Yeah, it seems to make a lot of sense, I think, because I don't know. Pass this thing directly to Maybe it's also the way utils toString works. It just does not support const expression toStrings. How could it? It must be convertible to standard string, which is never const expression because it allocates memory. Possibly. So we need that to exist, which is then most definitely not a const expression. And then it should just work. And now it's dynamic code anyway. Runtime. Make. And still we're talking. Oh no, I can also not do const expression here. Sorry. Probably should use a switch to make it compile first. We get an error somewhere else. CS was not declared, yeah. Okay, let's first make this a little bit more representable. This is still not extendable. So this toString here, it's now a runtime function. That needs to be able to find a user-defined function for a given value. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is using a virtual function here, and then have the user derives from this as a base class. However, that would make my structure bigger. It would have a virtual table, so yeah, that probably won't work anymore then for the as a template parameter. So I can't do that. I have to do it outside CS. Maybe it's too difficult to do it so quickly, so let's leave it like this then and fix the rest first. Okay, we are here now. CS is not declared in the scope. And the reason for that is, well, it has changed to lowercase CS now. And well, math CS. And I want to add here using, oh boy, if I make it lowercase, I can't do that anymore. I can do uppercase maybe. Using uppercase is math CS. That would be in namespace then. See, that's what I meant with the name collisions. But I go inside cairowindow, I can define uppercase CS as being math lowercase CS. see the rectangle. CS rectangle also uses CS. So that then should already have been defined, I think. But probably by point. In other words, I don't think I should do that here. And just go to rectangle and then to point. CS point. That is this file, which includes size. In other words, CS size here, and that includes already math CS. And then we have cairowindow CS here, but I want to, and we already have uppercase CS. But this should not have been here. This should have been in cairowindow. Interesting. Plot is not a member of cairowindow CS, aka math CS. Capital? There is no math capital CS. Oh, wait a minute. That is... yeah, that is a struct. It should have been lowercase. Where did they do that then? In size, right? Or not? CS. Yeah, CS. There's no uppercase CS. No, wait a minute. No. This must be the struct. Heh. Oh, we need both. No, and this must be the struct, and elsewhere we have CS plot, say, which then is no longer the capital CS. Ouch. Could do it like that. It starts to feel very dirty and confusing. That's a good way to do this. I don't have to, well, I could just do that, of course, just, you know. I have template capital CS space something everywhere, and I could just replace that with math in front of it. But the only reason I would do that is if I would use capital CS for something else, so that I need the math in front of it for this thing, which then means, of course, that the other capital CS is going to be math lowercase CS, which at the very least feels very confusing. Like this, so then I need CS here, but then something else is not working anymore. the one or the other CS has to be changed, or I have to change the struct name. Do I? Yeah, then yeah, okay. So maybe you should change this here. But to what? Look, let's brainstorm with the AI. Okay, so now I should use template CS where CS is the struct. Correct? Pretty much sure that this is what it's doing. Yeah. So. And I want to refer to foo. Before I was referring to. What are you already referring? Gotta be kidding me. 2 hours? Yeah. Hello lol. Trying to get my code to compile again. Namespace moth struct CS. Namespace CS ID. Pick something unique. In your Windows headers, you can do CS, capital CS, and then CS is moth CS ID. But I already have a namespace CS, so is this a solution? No, I would never do a recording. Recording and then pretend that it is live. No, that is so not, no. Totally live. It often happens that I don't react to the chat, but that's because I try to concentrate. But for the rest, it must be live, of course. Struct point. Use CS4 and CS bar inside cairowindow. With an ambiguity. Well, how is that no ambiguity here? Because cairowindow CS is now an alias, not your existing namespace name. Oh, really? But you already have cairowindow CS namespace, so you can't also make names. We are there. It completely finishes suggestion, and I'm like, what? How is that working? And then it realizes that it was nonsense. Okay, so just choose a different name as alias. CS ID, CS tag, chord, that's what I wanted. Suggestions for new names. Chord, moth CS ID. I don't like the names though. They're all abbreviations, and it's maybe but that I don't know. I like this one though, the CSID maybe. CSID for the foo and the bar. I like this one. I could work with that. And it's shorter than cohort. Oh, I'm just kidding. Yeah. It is too often nice is put the constants inside the type. Oh boy, you gotta be... No, of course not. That's not possible. It must be extendable. I forgot again that it must be extendable. Then in your library and user code, users can't add CS boss members to your struct, but they can define their own constants of type CS. Use a moth CS boss. CS from 2 using T transform. Okay, so you would have this for the foo, and then for the extension you have to use something else. Yeah, well, yeah, maybe. But then again, maybe not. I don't know, man. I don't know. I could make a new namespace CS and then drag everything that exists inside of that. And then you can use the CS as a namespace. Or just add it to the math CS. Okay, the only thing I got from this was the idea to use CSID instead of just CS. And well, for the math CS namespace, I think. Did that help me? If I make this CSID, starting to think that maybe I should rename the namespace cairowindow CS, because that's something the user won't use. So might as well make that longer. Did put the volume back. Ridiculous. There's something else I can do actually. Oh boy. Ah, my mouse is no longer working. Do we fix that, Carl? Well, easy. You do. You go to the next tab, which I don't know. Control tab. Oh, wait a minute. I have to go here first. That was easy. Control tab. There. And then you have to run Fluxbox. If only I had a memory, then I would just know. So basically it's not even documented. It's not documented, but I think that there is some undocumented thing called restart. Fluxbox help. Just gonna try it. If it does not exist, then nothing lost. My mouse is completely gone. Invalid key modifier. Didn't say it didn't exist. Why is my mouse not back? Nope, no mouse. It's running. I think I can just kill it. Oh, now I remember. You have to restart it with a signal. I think it was signal user 1. Joe kill sick user 1. 305. Oh, it's kind of funny. Yeah, voice back. Launch Firefox. Are we back yet? Yeah, I think I'm back. That definitely was not the right kill. It's it's one. It's something else. Another. Maybe it's tower or two. Maybe there's still an. Yes, it's a user kill. Yeah, user wants a restart Flugbox. I did do that. So it was sick user 1, but it didn't work. Killed everything. Well, I don't know. Not good. This kill apparently did not save my desktop correctly. This is an old one. We lost even codecs. No, let's hope that this is the one. Well, actually, it looks like I have my history here, so maybe. Yeah, put that one here. Start codecs here. Yeah, I think that's where I was in codecs. And then here. Right, I think we are back. And here I was, does it compile? Do we still have a swap file? I was working on math CS to recover. No, you can delete it, I think. Start over. Yeah. So we made this CS ID. Yeah, that's another way to definitely make a permanently softer the volume. Okay, and yeah, okay, well, yeah, let's make this CS ID. Though I'm not super sure yet, really. So these become that. Cannot just compare with comparison between the current ID. Could compare this with yeah, who cares? Yeah, what was that? Another one. Swap. Okay, recover. Recovery complete. Delete. Why would math not have a CS? No, it says this. Huh? Oh, I compiled it with okay, never mind. So I recompile it again before the recovery. Plot is not a member of cairowindow CS. That is correct. But I cannot really switch to lowercase CS, but that's why I call it CS ID now. And that's going to have to be renamed everywhere. So capital CS plot has to be replaced with gonna do that with to grab minus L CS plot. Xorgs SED inline substitute plot CS with CS ID plot colon cross fingers div There's a very big number of changes that were already there. Gotta be kidding me, right? Well, it did make the changes, apparently. Yeah, I did a git diff and transform instead of in cairowindow. Okay. We have to do the same thing for, well, all the others. For example, pixels. For all files that contain CS pixels, replace CS pixels with CS ID pixels. Bleep. And then we have centered, but there's not that many of them, I think. It's only in draw coordinates. So actually, I think draw coordinates should be the one that adds centered, and I want to get rid of centered at all. I want to get rid of centered, let's say, here. Well, not here, here. Because it's an extension, and the extension should be added in this file. So how do we do that? Add extension. No, because we can add it to namespace math, but it would be ugly indeed. So let's add it to the user ID, user CS ID. Instead of math CS, so actually forget user, just in global namespace, CSID, my CSID. And this CS here now is the math CS. But hey, we don't want to type that, so we're gonna do using CS is math CS. So we can just use these CS here as well. Okay, let's put this one also here. Might as well do CS as a struct, so let's set to like that. Okay, let's one was already used, so we should use something big. And this must be that's a problem. I don't know how to do that yet, so I'll comment that out for now. So it's going to print unknown instead of centered. And now we have a CS centered, CSID centered. So I still have to replace all the CS centered with CSID centered. And we also have painter. Yeah, I don't know what to change that. Let's see where who is all using that so far. Grab sources for CS. Painter, right? Just painter. Real no. There's a line here. Foo. Just a comment. Must be removed as well. This is now CSID. Yep, every line has a red, except the first one. But it's a struct, so that's okay. Yeah, and it just tests. Both are tests to kind of. I don't think painter belongs in math. It's a Qt thing. I'm going to use it for Qt. I'm also going to leave it in math for now, because I don't think the user should be the one that defines it in the end. to edit these two. And then replace that thing with CSID painter. And then of course math must be put in front of it, but I don't want that, so we have to make an alias in cairowindow for the CSID. And I think I don't want to do that here either. I want to do that in size. So a rectangle is including point, which is including size, which is doing this stuff. So here we add now CSID, yes, math CSID. CSID namespace math does not name a type. I back to differ. That is a brilliant compile error here. Error. CSID in namespace math does not name a type. Actually, I was thinking that it was interesting, but it's not. It's just my stupid thing. Because then immediately afterwards it says, "Did you mean math CSID?" But that keyword here is type. It's a namespace. So yeah. Namespace. I now see that is not a namespace name. What? I always forget how to do this apparently. You can do using namespace math. Yeah, found we figured it out. I hope. Rectangle. CSID was not declared in this scope. Did you mean math CSID? Why is that not working? In Cairo, namespace cairowindow should have a namespace CSID defined, because csrectangle.h was included, and csrectangle.h, this is this file, includes point.h, and point.h, cs point.h includes size, and size includes a CS size, which is this file, defined in namespace cairowindow a namespace CSID, I think. Let's bring those two together, because seriously. Okay, let's put it at the bottom. Yeah, okay, I think it just this drags in everything defined in math CSID in namespace cairowindow, but it's not the same as defining it here. So this line is still wrong. I keep forgetting how to do that, really. So just define an alias, maybe? Apparently. So I think that's because range is not including the size. So they have to do it both. This is range. Wait, cairowindow range? Has nothing to do with CS, so I have to do it here. So the size thing, copy size thing to go range. I have to redo this in range. Code duplication. Put it in its own header, but maybe I should do that to avoid the code duplication. CSID was not declared in this scope. Again, that's strange. I needed it for a third time. Okay, then I'm definitely going to put it in a new header. Now this is about pixels to begin with, or it's a bounding box test thing. Oh, this is because we are not in namespace cairowindow now. We always pixels defined. Pixels now. Oh, it is still defined here. That's rare. It compiled. Now, if only I had tests, so we could test it, but unfortunately, there's testing. Well, I have a few things, but it's not really testing anything useful, I'm afraid. VI, just run it. Yeah, everything still works. No, what is not working is printing the value. Maybe we should have a little new test program. We think my diff is way too big. So transform is moved to math, range is moved to cairowindow CS. Now it's delta as well. So we revert to transform now by math transform. The capital CS is renamed to CSIT. Remove the cairowindow prefix or qualifier or scope, how do you call that? In a lot of places. That was separate. Nice delta was moved to CS, okay, cairowindow CS. Yeah, this, yeah, transform is now in matrix. In math, I mean. What do you say? So it both starts with an M. I say the weirdest thing is sometimes lately, like completely different word. I think a completely different word. The only thing that matches is the first letter. My brain's degrading, man. Okay, so I remove this because it's not necessary. Also from before I moved the whole thing, the whole class into namespace cairowindow. Pixel convert to another cairowindow gone, another cairowindow gone, loads of cairowindows gone. Should have committed that after the change. What happened here? Yeah. Two characters, and now this is no longer aligned at the tab thing, or the integer number of 8 times column. I hate that. I really need a formatter that can do that for me automatically. Oh, top is there. That's already. It seems a bit too much. Well, there. Okay. Okay. And then I have to go get diff again and then find that back, I guess. Okay, so capital CS, change to CSID. Same thing. Same thing here and there. Again. Cairowindow was removed, and well, this changed to that. Yep, that changed. Removed. It's all the same kind of change. Here's something new. Dealing with the interaction between transform and cairowindow classes. Point, size, and rectangle. We can multiply the transform from the left with these objects. Excusez-moi. So the operators put in namespace CS, cairowindow CS, where this is defined, so that it will be found by argument dependent lookup ADL. And that means that must be defined in a header, but yeah, this is a header, right? Just checking up. I mean, it's just a header. Come on. It's full with templates. Right. Hello, noob. Noob says, hello world. Are the chances I'm currently learning C and I don't know why, but code is not working. I wrote a code that had 2 numbers, but when I tries to run it, it shows hello world. Why is it happening? Yeah. The world is full of mysterious. My best bet is quantum mechanics. Anything can happen. Just a matter of chance. Yeah, well, nice. Delta was moved here. Range was moved here. Apparently it was already there. Capital CS changed to CSID. Translation vector was removed or moved somewhere else. So you don't want to put math in front of it, so you just use it directly in this test in the global namespace. Same here, don't want to type the math. And then we have here again the capital CS to CSID renaming. To conspirator transforms, and then for that one as well, and well there as well. Basically, I mean, by now I have looked at several pages of this div, and by now I get the feeling that if I see something like 3 red lines followed by 3 green lines, then I don't have to look at it. It's just going to be one of those 4 or 5 replacements. And I did them automatically, so there's no way that that is wrong. Now this one is different. It's bigger. And it is about, it's a test, draw coordinates. So instead of having a using coordinate system, we now have using coordinate system. But there's no change whatsoever actually. I use this is also in order to not have to type the math in front of it. And then here we define, so this is missing, this is still not working. I really have to type create a short test that tests printing those values. It's not going to print this because it's commented out. So this extends the coordinate system ID with a centered thing. And then we use this namespace instead of this namespace because everything in this namespace is included in this namespace because of this line. So, sneaky way to inherit from a namespace, as it were. Extend it. Yeah, this is again 2 lines, so let's not look at that. Scroll, scroll, scroll. And that's the end. I'm looking at it anyway. Yeah. Okay. So there's a big more difference. This one was deleted. Yeah, I don't know, but it doesn't belong there, and it compiled, so that's okay. And then we have 2 again. So need to test printing and then fix that. Plus this was a get div and transform. Of course you have more changes. Modified math itself and cairowindow. Let's go into math, probably the smaller one. Git diff untracked files. Okay, these were just all moved here. So have to look at the whole file to check all the changes. Okay, this is our new coordinate system thing. Put in namespace math. We have now a struct. Let's add a comment. So this was called, what was it called? I don't know. Let's look at JTP, or how did it call it? Types. I think it was the opposite of this one. The extensible structural value type. Extensible structural value type. Bleh. To be used as yeah, coordinate system ID. But then so non-type template ID or tag maybe. There's already an ID here, so that template tag. And it's also, I also like to always like to use different things. If you repeat in a comment something with the exact same words as already is in the code, then you might as well not have the comment. I call it here tag instead of ID, however it's actually NTTP, non-type template parameter. And I think everyone knows the abbreviation. In this case, how do you call that if an abbreviation starts to live its own life? Type template parameter tag, because otherwise you get parameter and tag. I don't like that. I think this is better. Yeah, I have utils is one of my Git submodules. It has a utility toString, and if you pass an object like CS, and that object has a toString in it, member function, then it will use that to print it. This already has the old comments. And then here we have the implementation of this toString, but yeah, this is totally not going to work. At least it's going to do that for all the extensions. So it works for these three, of course. But I have to make this work for a possible extension. So I think we have to implement that by using template specialization. Let's think about that by the time I have a test case that shows that it prints unknown. Wait, this is a namespace. Oh my god, that's why all the users were leaving. That's semicolon after a namespace. Oh, horrible. Okay, now it looks committable. Next, Q transform affine something. Adapter that turns a Qt-like Q transform type into a transform backend. Blah blah blah. It wraps a matrix. It is indented 2 spaces more than the matrix here. That's probably okay because there's a returns here. I'm not going to check that again. This was we put like hours into this comment, I think, to get it correct. Last stream, previous stream. There's an assert there. What does we need debug.h? And here, yeah, I don't know why. You can do both. It's a bit fake, but I think I prefer to use the braces. Just like here, but then with the type in front of it because it's an explicit constructor. Scalar. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of, the thing is, I'm just curious, you know, how well the compiler will optimize this. Because you put something on the stack, and then in the end you write it to the stack of the caller anyway, because you know the return type is on the stack of the caller. That's where it needs to be written to. Is this going to be compiled such that we pass a pointer to that memory location, or to this memory location and then make a copy? I'm just curious. It's probably too much. I mean, if scalar is a different type than double, that's why it is like this, then it must make a copy, of course. So we pass a pointer to a float, say scalar is a float, pass a pointer to a float, the float is filled in on this stack, and then we construct the pair from the floats. But if scalar is a double, then that would be a waste. Then you might as well just write it directly to the pair. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Next. First look at that one. It's shorter than a transform. Oh yeah, right. This one doesn't even belong here. So I cannot commit this. Well, I can, but that's a second problem, right? So the printing is a problem, and we still have a translation vector now in math, which is depending on cairowindow, which we don't want. This is a difficult problem as well. I have to determine the order. I think I want to fix the printing first and then look at this one. Maybe I should just not commit it, so it really jumps out that I did not address this yet. Probably doesn't make much sense to look at it. It's just the same code as it was, except move to math, where it shouldn't be, really. And then transform, that's a big one again. Transform.h. This does not make any sense here. There's using in the global namespace, and then we start in. It should be. What? I mean the print on. The print on is part of this class, and this class lives in this namespace. So this must be in that namespace. Oops. This class defines the print on method. Yep. So that means that if you try to write, well, actually not this class, but transform, right? Just the transform. Whoops. Print on. Print on is part of transform. And I do want to add it at the top, I think. So immediately after the opening the namespace. But you can hardly talk about this class when there are several classes defined in front of it. What is this? It's a concept. Okay, never mind. Okay, there's a concept and one class after it. So I'm gonna not say this class, but just transform. This is a concept for my affine transforms. It just demands that if you have a transform, then it must fulfill all these things. It must exist and return that, stuff like that. And here's then an implementation of it, which is standalone, not depending on a third-party library. And it must well, fulfill that concept, obviously. So we can use it here, fulfilling that concept. It's then the default for the affine transform backend template parameter of transform. But you could pass something else. And this simply wraps the affine transform backend. It's the only member. And then we have stuff like translate, scale, rotate, and map point. It's really ugly, really ugly. It used to have user-friendly operators like multiplying, operator star, but they got phased out. They still exist, but only for cairowindow types at the moment, which are therefore not defined here, which is now the math library, and they are implemented in terms of map point. So this is not really user interface. I think operator star is a user interface. However, this is user interface. It's needs a comment because the user must know what that does if they call it. So this adjusts the transform. So you make a transform by a default constructor, which is then the identity. So construct identity transform. And then this prepends translation. So prepend let's call it an affine transform. I'm not sure if prepend is the right word here, but it means that you say you construct this thing and then you call rotate on it and then you call scale on it. And then the end result is something that will first scale and then rotate. Because you called scale last. Yeah, and don't blame me. I'm just copying what Qt is doing. I would have done it the other way around, I think. But yeah, you have to make a choice. And then once we do that, so this is a matrix, right? It's a 3x3 matrix, 3x3 matrix, where the last column is 0, 0, 1. And you can manipulate it with translate, scale, and rotate. And I left certain things out. You can skew it with scaling x and y a different vector, but I only allow the same vector. So you keep the correct aspect ratio. And I also don't have mirror here in, so you could mirror the whole thing. That's also not allowed in my transform. And then actually shear is something else. Scale is just a non-deform, something. Shear is make a say turn a square into a parallelogram. Also don't allow that. Just limit this stuff a bit. But since you can't touch this thing directly because it's private, we now know that this, well, let's say it's a wrapped Q transform, which could do shearing and scaling differently for x and y. That will not be the case because, well, this is the only API we have. So we know that you have a single scale, and we know we don't have shearing. But it is all stored in that 3x3 matrix. And it would be nice to then also be able to extract it again, these values. So I do have a scale here. And that, weirdly enough, that scale returns the scale of chord x and y separately. Why? So if you assume that this thing is really consistent, I mean, that's encapsulation, right? It should not be possible that these scales are different because you don't. Well, actually, it is possible because there is an accessor for the underlying thing, but I think it's const. Oops, underlying, and suddenly there's no underlying anymore. Huh? Oh, that was only in the backend wrapper. So my transform, the transform itself does not have an accessor at all for the underlying backend. Yeah, I want to change this. And now I'm comparing floating point values. So due to round off errors, this will fail. Now you have to do something else, like it's almost the same. And I use for that utils very creative. Almost equal. Well, if it gets a color, it gets a color. And then I also have to pass how equal they must be. Well, I don't know, very equal, probably 9 digits. Let's forget how this works, what it means. I think we call this one, that one is for complex things. The absolute relative error is the difference divided by the average. So that's, if the 9 digits would mean that this is more or less 10 to the power minus 9. Yeah? That's probably even 12 digits, so that is good enough for the test. So yeah, here I have a boolean in the template parameter even. I mean, of the class, right? So the class as an inverted boolean. So it just, yeah, it's a different type then, but it stores the same thing, but it has a flag saying, yeah, but then I mean the inverted one, really. But I didn't calculate it, I was lazy. However, if you multiply stuff, and one of them is inverted and the other one is not, as in these two cases, then you're going to have to calculate an invert anyway. So in that case we calculate the invert that was delayed. So if the current object should have been inverted and the right hand side is not inverted, then we calculate the invert of the current object, and then multiply it with the one that wasn't inverted. And the other way around, well, then we are not inverted, so we just use that, and the other one should have been inverted, so that's what we do now. And the result in both cases is then the actual value. So the boolean should be set to not inverted, because it's the real matrix. The only time that we return a matrix that was lazily not inverted is in the case when both are inverted, because then in order to return a matrix that has the correct value, I would have to do I would have to call inverted on both sides, left and right. And instead of inverting both matrices, I just multiply them without doing any and then keep that bit set. So the result, the return type here, has a type where the boolean here is set to true only if left and right are both inverted. And of course, if neither are inverted, then well, we can just multiply them as well without doing an invert. So this allows me to multiply two transforms in a more or less efficient way. Printing stuff. And the last ones here are the implementations of translate, scale and rotate, which just delegates it to the underlying M very directly. What am I missing here? Something in the back of my head. Yeah, I wanted to have accessors. I only see an accessor for scale. So having the matrix, I can... oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm returning a double now here. It should be uniform scale. So, But this is then a way to get my scale back, or the total scale. And why not also be able to return translation vector and even a double for the amount of degree that the thing was rotated. I'm not using it currently because otherwise it would not compile, obviously. But I feel like now I'm going to commit this class to the repository. I probably should have that out of, symmetry reasons. How easy is it to get the translation vector back? I think it's very easy actually, because that is just translation vector. I think this is just a translation vector. These two. Is there a way you can reason that that is the case? Well, you can see it here. If you make an if you call translation and you call translation on an identity thing, so it's constructed, default constructed as the identity. The 001 in the last column, you don't see that here, but well, it should be here. This is 11, 22, and then 33 is also 1. So we call that, then it sets these two values, aka these two values, to the translation, delta x and delta y. And that keeps being the translation. If you multiply this thing with a row vector from the left, then you end up with blah 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 plus this for the x and plus that for the y. And we can also see that because we implemented that, of course, the operator. Multiplication operator. Let's find that thing back. Well, it must be here. Don't tell me it's not here. Started to be scared, but here it is. If you just map is, it's not even map, it's map point. If you call map point, then that means that you multiply our 3x3 matrix with a row vector or 3 elements, where the last element was filled in with 1. And then magically you get something where the x coordinate is displaced by M31 and the y coordinate is displaced with 32. And then again that one that's hanging on there. So that is the displacement, right? So we can add an accessor for the translation. Translates before scale, so let's add it here. and I want to get back my translation vector. I don't think I already have a translation. Totally already have a translation, but that one is static and it takes 2 arguments, so you can use an overload with having no arguments. And that then returns, well, a translation vector, so you have to construct that from something, and the translation vector itself takes, well, we don't want to use cairowindow, and I do want to construct it, and it wraps a math vector, so probably the best thing to do is pass a math vector then, or construct a math vector. Why would this thing not have a constructor? If I allow constructing from a math vector, I might allow constructing from whatever arguments the math vector can be constructed from. Oh, it's private. Never mind. We can't touch it. That's a good thing that it's private. Yeah, so we have only this, which is also enormously dubious. But I think it's coordinate system aware. Ouch. Oh, we don't have that. Oh. Yeah, that was the whole problem. This thing, there's no place really in math. Maybe I should not use translation vector in math because I think that the way, no, it's not true. I was going to say the way translation vector is used in math is not exposed to the user, but that is not true. Because it is exposed to the user, this is being used as the argument of translate. And I'm now even adding an accessor for it. So we could use it as this, but then we lose the coordinate system awareness. So I need a vector that is coordinate system aware for the sake of translation. And I don't have that. Well, I have that, but that is in cairowindow. Well, that is a problem. The thing that I come from is transform. Transform is very, very coordinate system aware. It's like transforming one coordinate system into the other. It should also understand what the point is. Oh, it's working with standard pair. 4 points. That is so not coordinate system aware. Ouch. Yeah, map point is not for the user, right? This should be almost private. But this is for the user, like I just said. So we want to have the user not. We don't give the user the possibility to pass the wrong coordinate system. So you could do just 2 doubles for x and y, but no, because then it's not type safe. How do I get type safeness in here for just that? If you look at the functionality of Wait, this is don't look at that. Transform starts here. Yeah, this is it. Standard pair double basically. Yeah, 2 doubles in and then 2 doubles out. Oh. Is he even reading the chat? Hello. Yeah, I'm reading the chat, but I'm not answering questions that are not related to what I'm doing because I then lose my concentration totally. What am I building is actually related to what I'm doing, but it's way too difficult to explain it every time someone asks. I deleted it. And the reason I deleted it was because it made me depressed. I had 1,000 people in it, or no, not 1,000, I think. There were 150 left, I don't know. And nobody was talking at all, except for me and maybe 1 or 2 others. It was just empty. What use is an empty Discord server? So I just deleted it. Now I'm not bothered anymore by the silence in it. You can still find me on Discord, but yeah, I'm very hard to reach to begin with. I never see private messages, or it can take 2 weeks before I see them. And if you say anything in a real channel, then I also don't see them, I guess. I see probably sooner that you tag me, but yeah, the server I'm in is called Better C++. So type it in Discord. Better is called Better C++. Let me see. Can you imagine? I hardly ever use that anymore. I don't even have Discord running at the moment. Must be a lucky day. There's a new update. Oh, okay. No Discord because there's a new update. I will have to reboot before I can even start the Discord. Before I forget that. The Discord is among the happy things. Yeah. What else do we have? QT and new Vim is upgraded. I won't notice it, I think. Pipewire, well, that's my audio. That should always just work, I hope. No kernel upgrades, unfortunately. Desktop is Telegram desktop. Wow. All kinds of things that I hope I won't notice. But yeah. Passphrase sheets. Let's close this. And yeah, I think it's just called Better C++. But I can't give you an invite link at the moment. But if you Google that, you'll find it, I suppose. Okay, let's get back to this. I need a type that is coordinate system aware, aka has the CS as a template parameter, and represents a point and is not depending on cairowindow. Why? Is that really what I need? I'm not sure if there's a solution for it, but I think I reduce the type safety for the moment. So let's make this one public. It sucks, but man, this is a difficult thing. You would almost think that I have to move these to math now, but that would be ridiculous. God knows what they drag in from cairowindow. Point would be CS point. Point, direction, vector and direction. And size, but I need size anyway. So we get also vector and direction then, because point interoperates with that. Does it? I don't even see it, man. Vector. Oh, it's for vector type, yeah. So for the operators. Point has an operator that allows you to add vectors. I think point plus vector, or yeah, point plus vector, point plus the direction. No, I don't know what the direction is doing. But I have to look at point ops. Let's just look at point ops. Point ops allows me to add a direction, add a vector, and subtract a vector. I understand vectors. If you have a point and you add a vector, then, well, you get a new point. Which is at the displacement of that vector type. Why am I allowing to add a direction type? Bit weird. I think it's just the same as adding a vector with in that direction with a length of 1. It is there because direction has it. Maybe what a raw point type has it. The raw point type has it. So the raw here is raw, which is nobody knows it. So it comes from data. Data is here. Raw is probably the eigentype. No. Okay, I get it. I worked on that. Bug free. Never have to look at it again. That's how we work. But still remains a problem here. I don't feel much like moving the cairowindow CS point to the no, not going to do that. So yeah, probably would then either be a complete duplication and also not going to do that, or just make it not that type safe. Okay, I think that's what I'm going to do. At least for now. I don't know, man. It sucks, but... So we make that one public. And then... you call this, it just copies it there. What about being able to construct it from X and Y? Do I have to add that separately? Or that's where the vector ops comes in. Right? Well, like if I do this, I might as well just derive this from the math vector ops as one should. No, then I get all operations. That might as well just use vector then, I think. I only want the constructors, which is totally different actually. From the operators is not the same as constructors. So no. I have to look at the constructors of the vector data type. That can be constructed from uninitialized vector. Nope, not allowed. Construct a standard basis from I. Nah, go through math vector if you want it. Don't do anything that you want as long as you can construct the wrap type from it, the eigen. So no. From a direction. What is a direction? No. From 2 points. What, we didn't have a point. That was the whole point. Point type, line piece type. Also never heard of that. Eigen type. Nope. To internal. There is no constructors left. Shit. I'm looking at vector. Why is this so difficult? I think the reason is that this vector is multi-dimensional, n-dimensional, and we are dealing with something that is very specifically two-dimensional. So yeah, that means that the double x double y constructor doesn't belong here, but we can add it to do this thing, because this is then taking either that or just double x and double y. And in the case of direction, I call that dx dy elsewhere, so let's be consistent. And then you wonder if I should call this dx dy or not. Yeah, why not? I'll make a very clear distinction between a translation vector and a normal vector, in that the translation vector doesn't even have an x accessor, only an dx accessor. I like it. Oh, it's time to... Nothing. What is that ping? Oh, okay. I have to go to the hospital tomorrow. That's what it's saying. I already realized that. Yeah. Okay. This can't be here since it depends on cairowindow. Okay. All nice and dandy. Now we have a constructor, dx dy. Which we can use here. So now we need the dx and the dy here, and then we can construct it back. So we need to now extract the dx and the dy, and that was, I think, doubles, right? Oh no, I just did just m31 and 2. M underscore dot m31. M underscore dot m32. Because I see. So yeah, and then maybe you want to have the rotation as well. So that would be this thing here. So we now extract these, which is just M13 and M31 and M32. And this one is the hypothesizing stuff of x, so these squared added and then square root of that. And Sx and Sy should be the same. So I only calculate one of them. Yeah, there is no scaling here. That's also wrong. This is factored. Let's call it S here. Yeah, and then yeah. I feel like I'm deleting information now, but it's how it is. There's just one S here. And then for the rotation, well, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it? You just ignore this, and it's sufficient to just look at, well, no, it's sufficient to look at just one of them. Huh? What? The arc cosine, well, okay, you lose half of the information, basically. So you have to look at both of them before you can get the full degrees back between 0 and 2 pi. But probably should use arc tangents then for arctangents 2 or something like that to get the actual thing back. Which is a sine divided by the cosine. This is still not how it works. I think I'm gonna ask ChatGPT here for a little bit of help. So scale translation translation scale. Dit is een rotation, and that returns double in degrees. What the hell? How do I work in degrees? It's a bit weird. Why would I want to work in degrees instead of in radians. Because Q transform uses degrees, probably. It's just stupid. Can change that. So I just work in radians. Forget the degrees. See, because of this, the underlying thing uses that. But I have control over M because it's my backend. So I change the backend, then it's no longer degrees. But if the backend is Qt, then we have the problem, or what? I have to look at that first then. Let's not do too many things at once. That is, I'm gonna call this one degrees for now. And have it return degrees. And then the degrees is calculated as, and I think I should use a standard A-ton2 because that at least returns the full picture. And then, but in radians obviously. So then we have to divide this by pi and multiply it by 180. And then 80 divided by pi. Yep. Okay, how does this thing work again? Deep. A102 takes a double y and x. I could use the A102L. Yeah, I suppose this one is just a wrapper that calls that. Okay, so it needs two arguments. And I think the y is simply the sine. Sine and cosine. Yeah, so then we need to get the sine and cosine. The sine is, well, for example, m underscore dot m21, I think, and the cosine is well, for example, 1, 1. Turn them around. And now we're going to ask ChatGPT if this is correct. It used to be that I wouldn't do that, you know, like if you give it some code, let's say a year ago, then I say, is this correct? And I would like to please, and would be very tempted to say, yes, it's correct. Or would just be lazy and think, well, you know, the user is going to be happy. But I don't think that's the case anymore. I have pretty often now asked a question that's just wrong, and then it says, no, it's not correct. So I take the risk. It's kind of a risk, isn't it? I mean, you could do it differently. You could just say, give me the formula, and then it cannot be biased to say you are right. And then if it matches what I have, then I am much more certain than it is actually correct, of course. I could instead say, you know, how would I do this? How would I implement this? And now I'm asking a version that doesn't know anything about my M. Okay, having a Q transform like matrix, comma. You have to educate it again completely with zip. Okay, so how, I'll ask it like in a how question. So how can I extract the rotation part of this in degrees? Okay, well, I have to do some assumption, I'm afraid. If it is a given, that this fine type transform does not contain shearing or non-uniform scaling. How can I extract the rotation part of it in degrees? And then we'll just hide this. Oh, fuck. Whoop. So doing almost the same as me, except that it divides both by some constant s, which is the scale. That would be required if this is possible, but if I give it that is also not possible. If it is also known that s is unequal 0, then there is no reason to calculate. I can just do well, might as well copy my code now. Well, yeah, well, okay, like that. Not quite. In your matrix, M21 is not sign. Well, see, it's actually telling me that I made a mistake. Yeah, I made a mistake. Sorry, this must be 1, 2. 1, 2. Good AI. So we need the cosine and the sine, and they are the layout was it's like this. There's a 1, 2 is here, and the sine is the plus, the sine is here. So there's 1, 2, 1, 2, and I use 2, 1. That's minus the sine. So we must use 1, 2 to sine. Yep. And then SC, of course. Yeah, that's still correct. Do I want to do this? Yeah, maybe. At least it's, I don't know. I guess I don't really care what the value is. Well, I'm not even using it at all now. No, I'll just return whatever 8 times 2 is returning. I'm happy with that. Okay, so yeah, I think we are done with this, or am I missing something? See if it still compiles. Error. Great. Now I have to recompile, or maybe just reconfigure. I mean reboot. See, it starts both as an R. Recompile, reboot. That's what I mean. But I meant reboot. Well, I meant reboot. I said recompile because it starts with R as well. And the reality is that I just have to recompile. Unbelievable. What is this? Oh yeah, we renamed it that to DX. And the compiler instantly punishes that with compile errors, left and right. Now, come on, link already. I really wonder what is the fastest linker that I have installed and how can I use it by default, always. I think you have to do something horrible like putting it in a directory and then add that to your path. it's now just a single factor. Still happy with that? I think so. Double scale. Mickety Mick. Okay, so now what? Oh yeah, I was doing a git diff. Actually, I was looking at these files. I already looked at this one, but now I want to look at the degree stuff. This is in degrees. Yeah, so the Qt and transform thing takes degrees, which is ridiculous. So I might as well do everything in radians and then convert it here to degrees instead of, you know, doing more conversions, if you ask me. And I'm just going to do it. Why would I work in degrees? It's just counter-scientific. I don't want to do it. Sometimes it's nice, but usually you work with radians because the library works with radians. The sine and the cosine and everything. To turn this into radians. And then you have to make from the radians we have to make degrees apparently for this thing. So we do times pi divided by 180, which of course is the compiler is going to change to a single factor. And then we have to find everything is so radians by default. I'm not even have to mention it. This is radians, and then it gives me a certain feeling of uncertainty. If I do it like this, like I'm questioning if it is the case. If we do it like this, it's actually the same thing. It shouldn't be. One of them should mean that it is really the case, but I question the sanity of the developers. Okay, no exclamation marks. So what? Next, then of course you have to catch everywhere where we are passing that. So we'll rotate something. I think currently all the rotates are in degrees. This is now changed. Here's an example. Rotate A. Oh, A is running in degrees here. Oh, yeah. A class angle. Yeah, but yeah, no, not a bad idea. But yeah, no, you're right. Maybe I should, but I'm so deep into making changes right now that I would get myself distracted with. I do need a pie though. I'm getting very tired of not having a pie. And pie must be a thing, I think. Yeah, it even gets a core. And then 15 is pi divided by something. Where's my calculator? 15 was 360 divided by 15 is a 24th of, well, 12th of pi, so divided by 12 then. Yeah, and then you don't know if it works, because is this going to be less than or equal then at the end, or a little bit past it? You add something, might be. I want it to be less than. So this loop is super dubious now, and it will work either way, because, well, it just ends at some point. I don't really care where, but it sure is ugly. So instead of doing this, maybe I should I just should count 24 steps, double angle is A times m pi. So now we end up with 12 pi. And I do divide by 6 then, I think. So we go in 12 steps. No, we get 24 steps, sorry. So divide by 12 still. Yeah, of course, because yeah, it's what we added every step. And then increment A by 1. Just increment A. And then A must be less than 24. Because now it's precise again. I could call A step. It's maybe a little bit more clear what I mean. Totally in radians now. That was that one, and then in transform itself, maybe yeah, we definitely have still everywhere degrees. Let's look for rotate being called on what is degrees here? Oh yeah, degrees, so that becomes radians, but that's just a double. And this is now in radians. And then here it is radians. And rotation is going to take radians. Remember, rotation must be changed. And these are radians. These are radians. And why are you asking? Are you sure that this is radians? I can't type. Rotations. Radians. I hope I didn't do that more often. Well, the reason that I'm so sure that everything is radians is because everything is radians. Like everything is radians. Rotate. Okay, I think we got all the radians now. It's actually radians, not something different. And there was rotation. Was the other one? Rotation. Yeah. Radians. So this must be radians. And the other backend also was already radians. And the simplification. Don't need that, but okay, it was a constant anyway. Radians. Hey, you already have radians. And then we search for degrees. Still exists. Well, let's return radians now. Which would be this radians without the curved. Everyone knows that these are radians, so I might as well just return it. And then I don't really see why I would do that. Let's obscure the code so we are sure that nobody will fire us. I'm just kidding. I'm just making it as short as that one. Okay, yeah. No degrees found. DS degrees. Eradicate degrees. Oh, direction is working in degrees. Well, I won't touch that. The universe is in degrees. Well, 90 degrees is a nice thing to talk about in comments. Everything are comments. Only comments are left. Good. Let's compile it. Tja, it compiles. Okay, so I looked at it and then we changed it again. Make it to radians. This one, I looked at that as well, but oh yeah, that thing, not going to look at that again. Transform now we looked at, and this one is still, well, it's not committed. So I'm gonna git add these three. Although the CS is also dubious, but okay, let's add it. I don't know. Git commit, and then the big change here is that they are added at all, I guess. Add transform.h to math. It's basically the thing that I'm working on here. And then we have cairowindow itself. I still have to look at. It's status. Oh no! It's time for a break. Painful. Get div. I think most changes are because this. Yeah, let's highlight it one. I'm gonna assume again that an equal amount of red and green that more or less look the same, and there is a highlight in it, and it's just that redam. La 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 la. What is this? A header change. Yeah, CS was changed to move to math. And there you have it. CS itself is deleted from here because it was moved to math. Oh yeah, I wanted to maybe make a header for this because it happens 2 times now. And we got rid of this one, so I might as well bring it back. Haha. Yeah, why not? So this is all the change in CS, so in size I mean. Let's change size to not do this, but instead recreate what is in CS. CS size, CS. So I'm just going to include that new header, new between very big quotes. It's also in quotes here, but there's different. And then delete this, and then add it back, and then declare the header pragma once, and include math.cs.h. And then this is no longer true. I think that's it. And then we have CS range, which then also must include CS. And we don't need this anymore. No code duplication. It's a miracle. I edit 2 files and then I have to recompile 165. Yeah. If only we had modules in C++. Inside joke. We have modules, but nobody is supporting it because it's way too difficult. Or something like that, I heard. If ever I have a lot of free time, I'll look into how C++ modules work. I guess. No, that works. Okay, let's bring it to git diff. And we'll size.h. What is that? I said size.h. Not found. Blink, blink. I'll just start at the top then. Direction, line piece, pixel point, quick graph, stroke extends. Oh, that is not. There's just no difference anymore. I changed it back exactly to what it was. That's kind of painful because then I don't know where I was. Yeah. But we have a trick. I think we have a trick. Did it scroll off or not? No. We might be here, I think. If we'll look at the diff, do we get the same order? So it begins with bezier-fitter.c, bezier-fitter, and then direction.h, and then intersect rectangle.h, then we can skip to vec. Yay, bezier-fitter.cx. Yeah, and then h and direction, intersect triangle, and so we can go to vector.h. Good type. Here's where we are. CS is changed. Of course it has changed. I was looking for size. Yeah, totally changed now. It's back from being deleted, having been deleted. We no longer have an enum class CS. We now have a using CS is math CS, which is a struct. And then, well, I'm gonna skip all those things because they are, you know, one red line, one green line with a highlighted thing in it. And that's it. There wasn't that much work at all. It looked like a lot of work. Still have to look at these though, because they're new. Nice delta. Yeah, so that's for the tick mark spacing on the axis. And this one is coordinate system aware-ish, and then stuff. I think I'm mostly looking at stuff like fix me's and I don't know, formatting, indentation, because it's basically a copy of something I already had, and that works. Looks fine to me. The namespace, yeah, okay. So we have this one. Also moved here, so no big changes there. Yeah, I guess. Okay. There's one weird thing though. We do include utils to string. Oh, no, yeah. For a moment I thought it was including the print on thing, has print on. And then there was something missing here. But I think that is the print on is already taken care of by the range. And then you're telling me that the range, cairowindow range, so this one, is, yeah, it's including has print on always, even without debug code. But not doing a toString, so we still have to do that here. No. Okay, but this can be removed. No, it cannot. Sorry. That's the base class. Okay. Git add. These can be added. And then git commit everything. Yeah, I said everything. All. And then the commit message is what? Most is the rename. Renamed CS to CS ID, and then moved. Well, add more like, but because it comes from a test thing, so it's not really moved. It just finally finished and added. Add CS night delta and CS range. Git status. Git push. No, we already looked at these. And what is with the on-track content still in math? Oh, that's of that one file that I refused to. So we're done, I think. Git add math. I can just do git commit -a. That should add that as well, I think. And that comment is then refactor transform stuff. Track content. Okay, I'll just push it. I didn't push math apparently. Okay. Yeah, so we had two things left: printing and the fact that that there's a header in math that can't be there really. And I was going to fix the printing first, and for that I need a little new test. So I'm going to write a new test that tests printing. Well, maybe more. So that is the CS ID. Coordinate system ID. Might as well call it just CS ID. Test. If I do CXX, I add it to the CMake lists, and then we'll have to run it multiple times. When I call it CPP, then it's just temporary short test. Yeah, it is independent of everything. This is not independent of everything. We need the CMake list because we have to link it with like everything. I cannot believe that this is independent of stuff either, actually. Well, how does this still compile? Well, it probably doesn't compile anymore, but I didn't add it to the CMake list. Oh, the Tesseract. Tesseract is also compiled by... so what I just said is not true anymore, or I have to rename this to CXX. Definitely have to name this one to CXX. Let's have a look at what all is in here. How many .cpp's do I have in it? Yeah, nice delta test is also in there. Polytope test. My god, which one is not in it? I want the stuff in my CMake lists thing to be all C. Well, I don't know. This one is very dubious. Very dubious. Maybe I had a different approach. All my tests are .cpp. No. I just use .cxx or C++, and then at some point I use .cpp when it is really standalone thing. So I don't think anyone, any of those survives. They're all CXX now. Move, shit. Oh, move it back. Git move. Git move. Tesseract. Let's start at CPP. Nothing. Status. Git diff. Commit. No, let's compile it. Make. Okay. Coordinate system ID test.cxx. include sys.h, include debug.h, int main, debug namespace debug init out notice and main. So this was called CSID test. Remain, hello world. And what we want to test is printing mostly. So I'm creating a CSID pixels auto p, the p of pixels. Actually pixels, I already have it. I can just print it directly. Well, must be able to copy it as well. Do I want to copy it? Can I copy it? These are all good questions. I don't think I should do this. Just print it directly. Dout dc notice pixels is my keyboard went to caps lock. Okay, new keyboard. As you can hear, pixels. Print. Let's print them all of them. I don't know anymore which one would fail, will fail. This should just work, I think. And then we had centered. That's not defined here. There was another one which was pixels plot. Ugh, which one? I removed just one. That would have been centered then. Let's have a look at it. Painter. Okay, well, painter is also just going to work, of course. I need another one. Full bar. And then full bar is going to work like centered, as in going to do this and probably that might be required as well. Could have added it there. I don't need this line. Centered. Okay, so call this one full bar. Yeah, so like that, and then I want the printing to work. And I need to include math CS.h. Is that all? Math CS is not derived from. Oh, wait a minute, we just can't print it. Where does that start? At the top probably. You cannot pass math CS. You cannot print math CS at all. Shocking. No, it's not that shocking actually. It's not that shocking. I added it to string, but that means that I can convert it to a string. I cannot print it. ToString actually might also work without. If I have a print on, it might work already. I think the ToString searches for print on maybe, or doesn't it? Sure. Want to be safe, you need both. So yeah, required in order for utils has print on to work. Void print on. Standard OStream reference OS const. Yeah, you really don't want to inline that as well. And then neither of this one actually. So let's make a .cxx file. So move this, including the namespace math. Namespace math. Yep, and then of course include the header. Include cs.h. Not inline anymore. And then we're going to add this one as well. Oh, yeah, it could have been inline because it's just going to call ToString. Shall I inline it then? Yeah, okay. Inline that one as in, put it here. I just write OS, then I don't even use need utils anymore. We can just call ToString directly, obviously. Now I should be able to print it if it wasn't for the fact that I'm not including utils. Utils slash yes print on .h, and then I forget how to copy. Next, no, back. Print it. Oh, there's still ugly stuff going on. No match for operator something. operands are... Oh, that's interesting. You can't write a character cons pointer anymore. My guess would be, yeah, I would say, well, my guess was a missing IO stream, but a header. But come on, hasprint on should include that. It's not. Oh, that has iOS forward, but then still. Yeah, this is defined, but it's not printing it because it's slightly confused here. I'm gonna follow my hunch that that maybe it's this one, but I doubt it, because that should be included by this here already. Let's see if that makes a difference. No. Don't tell me that was it. Apparently it was it, because this one was at 96. I guess iOS forward is only for declaring the O stream. It's not for declaring the operator less dense. So it knows what our standard O stream is, as in, well, you can use it as a const reference in a function argument, but as soon as you try to print something to it, then it doesn't know anything about the operators with a certain type, apparently. Okay, I learned something new. Yes, undefined reference to math CS to string. Oh, yeah, because I happily added a new file. Not here, in math, seriously. This one, and never added it to the CMake file. Math object, only 3. Like this can't be it, there's only 3 files. Very heavy header heavy, I guess. Yeah, most are headers. Once in main file. Don't look. .h must be included in every main file. Okay, now something more. I don't want this here because we're not writing to a node stream. Oh, we are writing to a node stream. This. Oh, yeah. What is a compiler heavy to include OStream in a header? And this one is going to be included in a lot of stuff. Inclined to then maybe not do this one inline, because print on, I mean, it's like debug only. It's not in a loop of the size of 100,000. There is no need to inline it, as in for, you know, speed reasons. So it's probably much better to just move this to the .cxx. And then we don't need this arrow anymore here, because now we're not printing anything here. We just have the forward. We use the forward declaration, which is already included from the hasprint on through the include of iOS forward. So that saves an include of iOS, IOStream I mean. Well, theoretically. I have the feeling that IOStream was already included, but hey, no, it was not included, because we had to include it. So apparently I'm paying attention. I mean, normally not paying attention to this thing. Then I don't have, I don't include IOStream in the header very quick. Otherwise, I would have included, of course. Would have been included already. I mean, there's like 178 files that included this header apparently, because it has to recompile all of those. And then all of those would have included iostream.h, which is huge. If only we had C++ modules, then theoretically it would have been that bad. Although I have also read, apart from that, nothing is supporting modules yet. The people that try it, I don't know how, because it's not supported, that they say the speed up isn't what is advertised. Okay, yeah, it compiles, so now we can test it, right? Can test the test, can run the test. And it prints unknown, as expected. But now I can do I work on something. The question is now, how can I get it to print? Actually, it's not CS. Oh. How can we get it to print foobar instead of unknown? Oh, there's no .cpp at all anymore there. Yeah, so I think this can only be solved with template specialization, because we have something that is, we have this I've got the word again. I learned that today, so let's have a look. I have this extensible structural value type, aka a cons expression CS, which I doubt is very useful for anything but use in a template parameter. In terms of extension, that's like the only way. Yeah, so what we need is a for declaration of something that the user can specialize afterwards. And we might as well that has to be done in the header, of course, but we might as well use specializations for these three then. This is not needed. So the whole toString is maybe going away, or no, it is the toString is the one toString to work. So we come here and now we have to start using that specialization thing, which then might as well be defined here instead of in the header. So let's say No, it's not that easy. It's totally not easy because I need a template. I need this thing. And I don't have it in CS. Or do I? Oh yeah, we have ID. But it's not enough. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We have this object, but it's not a const expression. Arg. Why is this so difficult? We don't have any special type. I think we are just in struct CS. You lost all information about this whole extensible structural value type thing that can only be used in C++20 and beyond is new to me. And I'm a bit of a loss here. Since I'm using the operator less than to print them, that thing is not const expression. It can't be. I think that's this one. But, well, it's in here. I could make it const expression. Which means that it is const expression if it can be const expression, and otherwise it isn't. So you can just put const expression in front of it, and then it will work for expressions that needed to be const expression. However, I guess that depends on whether this is const expression. If we make this const expression and then internally we have something that is not const expression, then I think it's just going to complain. Like, hey, I can't make this const expression because you call something that is not const expression. And yeah, we only do that part of the time, as it depends on t. So we need an overload then based on whether or not print on, data print on is const expression, which makes it very complicated again. And then I'm not even sure if it will work. But the idea is I would make 2 of these, where we just enable it, the one only when the print on itself is const expression, and then we can make this one const expression. So you can call it with. It can never be const expression. Come on, you have to print to OS. That's not a const expression. You can't compile time write something to the terminal. The only thing that is const expression is converting the data thing to a string. But this can't be a const expression, because it also has to because this is not const expression, and this is not const expression because that is actually writing to an O string, which cannot be const expression. But we go through this thing, so we lose the fact that data is const expression, I think. Unless I'm going to jump through really small hoops, which I'm not intend to really. If I can avoid it. So we assume that this is not const expression. This is not const expression. This is not const expression. This cannot be const expression. We just have to solve it with a, well, as if it is pure runtime, right? We have a value here. You can compare it with existing values, and then, yeah, like what I'm doing here. But then how can you extend that? Well, at some point you get to the end. Did not find the ID. But these things are still const expression. But yeah, this one isn't. I can't think of anything. Hello, on Shoop. What are programming? Yeah. I think I'm going to ask, let's say, brainstorm with AI here. Maybe it comes with an idea that it's useful. So that would be, and the talk about, not this one. This one. Right, so okay, my current implementation, I guess, is give the whole file. If the user calls some OS, yeah, just say CSID something, like painter. Now I'm gonna use foo, like I did above, the arbitrary thing. Then this will use the catch all from utils as print on. That in turn calls CSID foo dot print on OS. That is implemented in the .cxx file. I'm typing all kinds of keys again. Alt top would be better. Alt top. Which, as you can see, calls toString. The toString, I can't type, member function currently only works for the hard-coded already known values. Etc. But not for a user defined CSID foo. Let's put this in the namespace that it's actually in, I think math. In fact, the user has extended this as follows. But I am struggling to think of a way that the user can provide a string CSID foo that then will be printed by CS toString somehow. The only thing I can think of is something with template specialization, but the ID in toString isn't well known to be const expression anymore by the compiler. Can't do something like print ID here, right? How can I solve this so that the user can Okay, yeah. People, stop DDoSing OpenAI, please. Just kidding. Let's reload this page. No, that's interesting. Seem to have lost TTP. Which is about the correct time to go eat, because it's 10 p.m. here and I still haven't eaten. I'm starting to feel a little bit hungry. Yeah, I think I need a break anyway. Email, no email, light, yes. So I should be eating now, but you know me. Let's back up your bookmarks. What are you talking about? And who is talking? Who is talking? Why can't I close it? Oh, it has a little error here. This is from dismiss, yeah. Firefox. Oh, that's interesting. I read on Reddit multiple people that complained that since Firefox 147 release, they lost everything. They upgraded it, and there was something with a profile thingy, and anyway, they lost the bookmarks and everything. And I think that the solution of Firefox is to get people to... oh, no. Don't chat and play chess at the same time, very clearly. Yeah, we are apparently at danger of losing everything in Firefox, all the configuration. So it was not that bad of them to can do this and capture the... I want to go for my own. Actually, I can't do that because you just play the queen here. Just a lost game already, I guess. +7. Oh no. If we win this, and we have to celebrate something. Oh no, you give away the rook. Well, holy moly. We have still a chance. And the queen cannot go here. Ha ha ha. Evil laughter. Does he think he's going to capture my my queen? I want to see that. I want to see that happen. Well, what do you don't have anything to lose, right? Okay, now castling is in. How am I going to lose that? He plays this and then castle and then plays the knight. So by that time I might be... No, I can just take this pawn. I can do that already, actually. Oh, that would be nasty. I can do this. Threaten to take this knight. Now the king has to go there. And then I can do this. Threaten to give check. Who needs a castle when you're winning already without it? I like my sarcastic icon behind my name here. Zzz. I'm sleepy. Yes and no. Well, it looks like not good, but I don't know. Queens are still on the board. It's time to castle, which is no longer possible. But that sucks a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, now my knight can't play. Can also not go here. I want to capture that thing as well. But I had to cover this square. Oh, but damn it! Okay, I go here and then my knight can't play. No, now the bishop is protected and everything. Well, don't think we'll be able to capture it. Shall I go for a draw? Can go here as well. In the shadow of the bishop. The shade of my bishop. Interesting move. Okay, I'm gonna go here. Let's attack more stuff. And then not win the bishop because it's protected. But developing the knight can't hurt. Actually, I give check like this. And then put the knight there. And then I do win the bishop. Looks like it. Yeah. Oh, my own bishop is almost scored. So we go here, play this pawn maybe, and then lose the bishop. You cannot give check from there. Maybe I should go back. Probably should have put the rook here. Yeah, that was better. Should have done that. Could put the queen here. Oh no, I lost it. My defense of that thing. So I move this one away. It is defended by the queen and the king. That's actually enough. Another bishop drops. Well, who would have thought that? I was 7 points behind and now I'm going to be up. Going to be up points. Yeah, as expected. My king feels a little bit naked. Double attack on the knight. I can just move the knight. Move the knight. Threaten to give check as well. And win another quality. What are you going to do about that? Move the king. Could move the king. Could attack it again. Push, take, and I can't take it again. Yeah, where is the king going to move? If you want to defend this, you can't go there because, well, discovered check. Cannot really go there because I can give another check here. You have to go back, and I win this anyway. Can't give check. Feel a resign coming here. I didn't even need my other rook. I'll be nice in chat. I didn't even need the rook on a8. Oh, I'm so nasty. What is this? Yeah, there's another way. Just don't move the king. I have to admit, I had not thought of that. Oh, no, nasty. The knight is pinned, but I'm still in check. It just doesn't feel good. This, no. Here. Can still give check. Eventually. I'm so sorry. You go here and then you get check here, and then I just go there, of course. Cannot give check the knight, cannot give check with the queen. I think that's good. Can also put the rook in front of it actually. And then must move the queen again. Defend this pawn even. And then I can take here. Black. That was fun. I think I gave away something in the beginning. And still I win. Okay, I'll have to play until I lose and then I go eat. That's as usual. Normally immediately, but this case, I already won a game. Who knows? Okay, that's a new one. Challenge is the center, with the center pawn. So take, knight comes, I take here, takes my queen, I take a queen. That was not good. I can also go here. No, I cannot go there. I want to keep an eye on this. Then there's the bishop comes. That's not very useful either. Actually, check always comes. Can go here, blocking this pawn, blocking the bishop with the check, and then he develops the bishop and castles. No. Okay, go back. Bishop comes anyway. I'm gonna go all the way here. We have an equal position, it seems. I'm not afraid of an isolated double pawn. Cannot go here with my pawn. Already couldn't. Well, actually I could. No, definitely not anymore. Attacks my pawn. And I have to develop my bishop. And I can't go here anyway. So I just go here. Defending the pawn. Developing my bishop. And doing the only move that I can do. Theoretically. Plus I'm trying to do this. Creating a double pawn here. Shall I do that or shall I just develop? Probably should just develop. I have to castle. Here, very lame, or here, attacking. Attacking what? We go here. Yeah. Could go there, attacking my bishop. A good exchange. That doesn't help me much. I still have this isolated double pawn. I think I do this. Just develop. And now I can do this, and then the queen could go there, but it's still in front of the bishop. So you do not want to go in front of the bishop. You would have to go all the way back. Definitely possible. Feels like a good square to be on though. I'm just gonna go here, why not? But I cannot go back, because then I take here, and then they have an isolated double pawn in front of the king. Which means that I'm just winning, basically. I'll blockade here on my f7, f6. It's an absolute horror. No, I don't have an isolated double pawn anymore. How about that? That doesn't do anything. And I'm gonna castle anyway. The knight's going there, threatening to get my bishop. I won't allow it. I feel this one coming, because if it doesn't, then I could put a rook here, and then they cannot develop the bishop. Or they have to push it forward anyway. That makes this square very weak. Although I don't have anything to put on it, except, well, this one, but they would just exchange it. Cannot really make use of it, I'm afraid. Weak square here. Can we do something with that? Can put the bishop here. Bishop here. Nah, it would just lead to an exchange of this super bad bishop against a lot of moves with this bishop. I think I'll just keep the pawns here. as long as possible. I could push this pawn up, of course, and then exchange it against that pawn. Yeah, so we push it now, and then they could push it 1, I suppose. And then I can push immediately. So yeah, push. They have to push this one twice. And then the other rook comes, and I can push it 1. And then I could take here. If I could. But I can't. Yeah, this is not a bad move anyway. Oh, maybe that's why. I was threatening to put the bishop here. Well, not really. I don't think I was threatening anything. But yeah, now we do plan B. I mean, the plan A still. Getting rid of that pawn. It could be considered a weak pawn, right? An isolated edge pawn. I think my bishop should be on this diagonal, and then there, or there. Much better than here. That would just lead to an exchange. Push it? Nah, let's just take. And then do that or do that not. It's definitely not good here, but it is one of those 3 squares. That is preparing something, or what? Giving check here, maybe? Queen here. Queen can go there if I do this. And I take the... yeah, so I'd have to take it first, I think. And then I can go here, threatening mate. Well, it's not really mate, actually. Oh, still exchanged. Dang. Yeah, no. Or maybe they don't want to exchange it. They do. Mm-hmm. Man. That's probably not a good move. Yeah, we moved this one. I was afraid that he would resolve the double pawn there. It's weird that they have a double pawn here. I don't have a way to break here. How does that happen? 1, 2, 3, 6. Yeah, 6 against 6. I'm not sure how that happened. It's just weird. Okay, I'll go here. Maybe they exchange it now. It's a free pawn. Well, ish. It's not really. Well, he wants to take here. Oh, that's nasty. Okay, let's take here. It's probably also not very good. And then I don't want them to take here, because then I would lose it normally. Could go here. Now I'm threatened to take it. 18 seconds left. Nothing works here. Nothing works here. No, it is not good. Okay. I'm dead. I'm totally dead. Can't even think of something. Oh wait, this. Yeah, give away that pawn though, but then I win this one. My rook can't move. I have to push this pawn. Oh, you can push this pawn. Queen is up front. Do this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that rook is defending it. Oh well, I lost fair and square. Now I go eat, right? Yeah, it's still a draw. -1. I should have taken it, and then he takes back, and then leave it like that. Just this thing away. Go one forward. Yeah, I guess there's all kinds of stuff. Oh yeah, that pins it. Oh no, the queen is defending that point, yeah. Or even this. Yeah, they don't. The mate threat is just not there then. So I don't know. Maybe if I had thought a lot longer about it. White is better even now. This is so weird. It's a draw, it says. Because the computer doesn't see that this is the best move, or what? It wants to play the rook, and that is a draw. And then you do this move, and now it's only plus 1.3. Oh, that's not a good move. Sorry, it's for white. Yeah, so black has nothing better than to keep it a draw here. I should have taken it. Oh, I should have taken it here, but I didn't. I did this question mark. Again a question mark, because I should have pushed it. Really big question mark. Why did I not go here? Yeah, how does it help anyway? Oh, I did not go here because I was thinking about having to defend the rook, because now I can't take like this. So if I did go here, oh, and that my queen goes. Oh yeah, there's no problem. There is no problem now. Plus, I stopped this advance anyway. Difficult stuff. Okay, yeah, good night. Well, yeah, I probably won't be back to streaming. I'm going to eat and then watch a movie.